Your session has expired. Attention, citizen. Your session has expired. Attention, citizen. Your session has expired. I think we're really almost there today, folks. We were getting closer yesterday, and now today we're really getting there. Updated 12 hours ago. What's this guy doing? Refactor renaming. Recently used. Color image. Cache. Good renaming. That's useful. Month, day, year. Map data. Power of 2 width. Nodes. Scenery node. Protocol. Compress HSL. Good job. Good job. Wrong file, obviously. This should be in plugin repository. Duh. Duh. What are you, dumb? What are you, a nitwit? API. And then rename script runner this guy. Do, 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 do. 1951. On the radio, 548. Good? And then make this public in the rasterizer. Right. What's he mad about? Thought we added this, no? We forgot this. Aha! Okay, now it's just going to complain about the property not being public, and then we can go there. Make public. This got renamed to render Y, I guess. I thought it was shift 6. Shift F6. Ah. Oh no, this is not rend Y. This is cam Y. What am I talking about? Okay. Okay. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. I ordered an iced coffee, but I got a hot coffee. And sometimes you just roll with the punches. I'm not even mad. Just thought I'd share that interesting tidbit of my life story. Welcome to the biggest problem in the universe. What the fuck? I feel like the Linus guys, they just waste money on all of this stuff. This is just a big waste of money. Big waste of money is what I'm seeing here. You know, it would be even faster than this. Dude, we ship it off to the render queue, and then the render queue will do the computational rendering on the GPU cluster, and we'll get our Adobe Premiere project in just 5 minutes. And it'll free up the system resources so that we can continue to work while it's processing. You should have just bought every one of your employees a $800 Mac Mini. That would have been pretty good. And then, okay, but what about our raw media files? We have to store all of the raw media files. Okay, how many of those do you need? A couple terabytes, probably pretty good, right? I feel like he has like a petabyte server, right? This just in, the price is $700 and it Our data is gone once again. Petabyte project recovery. My dreams finally came true. Petabyte server.
This is 1 petabytes. And the last time we did petabyte storage solution, it had to be spread out over.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys right now, overcomplicated, don't need this shit. You don't need any of this networking closet. Okay, we can have some Ethernet cables run to everybody with a little Cisco switch. Nice. But having multiple servers in the rack and all these different network attached storage, come on, boys. Let's relax here. Let's just have some storage pools and everybody gets a Mac Mini. That's how it's going to be at Crop Industries. None of this overspending on hardware. We don't need all of this stuff. It's not important. It's not going to make anybody's life much better. But you know what will? When I get this thing to work. Package. Ground items. Banana, banana. On the radio, 3 weeks ago, what was this guy doing? From Finland. Hello, what you been doing? Fix NPE font. Prints. Naming things. That's good. Attempt to auto reconnect, useful for botting. Low CPU. Game shell enable low CPU. If low CPU thread.sleep 1. Interesting. Interesting, I say. Sorry, I got distracted. I got distracted by shiny repo. Really, I needed to go here. Banana, banana, banana. Change. Sure. Do, 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 do. I feel like this should be draw. Was it update? Capital U. Init, press command, tick, draw. Okay. There's a config, right? Config plugins directory. Boo doo 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 doo. Boo doo 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 doo. Build classes Kotlin main. That's the one. That's the one, brother. That be the one. Oh, wow, wow. Boom, 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 ba, 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 boom. Ba, 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 boom, ba, 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 boom, boom. Welcome back, Cat Giraffe. I remember you. I remember. I remember. $144 FPS. Holy schmackerel. Okay, but why does it reset the sound, huh? Why does it do that? Audio QOL. Sound vol. Control is press control. Toggle mute. So control M, toggle mute. Else last. First. Okay. That is a bug. That is a bug. Bum, 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 bum. ChatGPT, explain. I need help. Help me. Okay, the reason why I liked this was it because of this camera changes, camera pitch, render Z, Y, and X, camera yaw. So he additionally deobfuscated a couple of extra camera functions, but I don't know if those are really that useful. 64. We debugged this yesterday. And we learned that calc entity screen pass arg0 is north-south. arg1 is y-pos in world space. arg2 is east-west. At least I believe it was. Reload plugins. Okay, no, that has now shifted everything to the east-west. Okay, so this is east-west. This is north-south. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. But you see the positions here may even be right. The pot and the bowl are not that close. But it does seem like this should be where we're modifying the stuff. However, it may be inside of this. Plugin repository. API. Let's rename this stuff too. Why did I paste it at the top this time? What am I, dumbass? What am I, some kind of dumbass? Can you rename this function and clean it up, please? Sure, here it is. Greetings, Mr. Quib. Welcome to day 3 of getting things to work better. Welcome to day 3. And we have a much better workflow now too, so... Okay, that didn't change anything, did it? Maybe crashed it. And he's crashed. Technical gremlins, guys. Oh, I know why. Because we changed stuff inside the client there. Wah, wah. Bang, 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 bang. Loading, 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 loading. So like in this fixed mode, if we just move everything up, it seems like it should work. In this fixed mode, I would just go plus, let's double it, 28. It's not quite double, you know? Stop playing the music. Stop playing that rock and roll music. I want to rock. Bam. Tenacious D. I wanna rock. I think it's Kickapoo. A long, long fucking time ago in a land called Kickapoo. I thought his renderer died. Hmm. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, it's a rasterizer. rasterizer and canvas. How do you continue on a new line in... Does it just not care? Yeah. It just doesn't care. You just put a little return in there. Game shell dot canvas height. It's traditionally width times height, so should probably do it like that. Game shell dot canvas height. We're going back to Canada on the 26th. We have less than a week to go. Less than a week? That's crazy, dude. Oops. It lied. The rasterizer height changes. Can you fix this so that the pivot point is consistent for the HD raster? Normalize the calculations in your function to the aspect ratio of your raster dimensions. Here is a method. Please work. Oh, I kind of want to keep this debug in there. Kind of want to keep that, actually, now that I think about it. Geez, Rick. Oh, geez, Rick. Bing Chilling, Bing Chilling. Lao Shao, Bing Chilling. No party for Chow Dong. Poor Chow Dong. I don't know. I think we already tried this value and it didn't work good. Yeah. That looks more in line with the... Like it actually is pivoting the item correctly, you see? Like you look at the bowl, see where it says empty pot? It's pivoting the empty pot correctly. Oh, mama! However, now it's very high up. Yeah. Resizable HD is an easier problem to solve first, so... We kinda got it. It's just the perspective correction here is, like, it should lower them when you have lower, when the yaw is lower. Or the, I don't... It would be pitch pitch, roll, yaw. It'd be... No, it's yaw. We're very close. When I move the camera, it is fixed to the center of the viewport. Up and down, not tilting, but vertical. The perspective of the hovering perspective change can make the screen pause seem to be too high. Frustum. Come on, computer god. Solve the problem. Because of the near clip and the far clip. I don't need flipping. We calculate the scale factor of the x and y axes based on the field of view and the aspect ratio. Maybe the FOV is higher than this? I just... Probably? That is probably it. At least for that one bug. Nah, that's not right. Computer God, you fucked up this time. Like, imagine a line going from the text down. I think that they're good as long as the camera is not all the way up here. Like, if the camera is here, it's all good. But when the camera goes too high, then they appear to be misaligned. But I think that internally they are in the right spots. It's just our perception of them that makes them appear to be in the wrong spot. Okay, I think that's probably not it. Forget about all this perspective correction stuff. Maybe it's the elevation. So if you could subtract from the height by 75% of the camera elevation or something like that. Yeah, but all the camera perspective stuff is all fucking trigonometry, stupid cosine, sine, tangent, craziness. Elevation, why? I don't think that this even changed anything. I don't think that he changed anything. Field of view. It did not correctly copy to my clipboard. Minus entity Y. Angleometry. Speaking of angles, I can't wait to get a good angle on the Rift. Let's add some debug here. Add in some debug for the camera positions, please. That one where I left for a phone call yesterday? You'll never guess how this game ended. It was a big surprise. That's right, my team blew up my base after we won a team fight. That's right. The team blew up the base. Surprise, surprise, the guy that died 18 times did not want to play anymore. A surrender vote of 4-1. Unfortunate. One thing that is a clear bug too is that you can see the knife is too far to the left and the jug is too far to the right. So that seems like a perspective correction thing too. An empty pot seems right on. Here's another quirk that you might be able to figure out. Objects in the center of the screen. Field of view or perspective. It does sound like a field of view or perspective projection issue. Objects that are further away from the center of the screen, either left or right, will appear more distant due to perspective. This is a normal phenomenon in 3D rendering, but if the effect is too strong, it might mean your FOV is set too wide. We're assuming here that the camera yaw is your horizontal FOV. If not, replace it with your actual horizontal FOV. That might be a good camera update zoom, zoom diff. Camera.zoom. Zoom. Ooh, that's a good question. How does it interact with camera zoom? Convert orbit cam to absolute position. It is not directly clear which part corresponds to the field of view. However, you can infer it from the overall structure of the method. It seems like the zoom variable might be related to FOV, as zooming in and out is usually associated with decreasing and increasing FOV respectively. Seems to be modifying the zoom factor by a particular value. My assumption is correct. Zoom is the closest to the FOV in your code, the exact way. Between zoom and FOV might be defined somewhere else in the code. Oops. Render component. Camera orbit to absolute position. Custom camera active. Yaw target. Interesting, Mordekaiser support. Yes, the fact that it is a top-down game and the default zoom is 600 provides additional context, however, without knowing how the zoom values map to the actual field of view angle. So we need to determine the FOV, is what we're learning here. There's probably a way to do that off of camera values. Because it's not like a camera has a zoom value. It's a zoom value would be a modification of the magnification attribute or something, right? Like it's. We might need to learn more about virtual cameras to understand how you just pull that out. You know what? That actually might be something somebody's already found too. There are other people that work on other RuneScape private servers and they share some info. I'm assuming that the code for the camera angle is probably, or field of view might be something that somebody has written about before in the last 100 years. But maybe this is a down the crop value, I don't know. Sometimes I find problems and I'm like, somebody has already solved this, surely. No, the guy that solved it is actually you, and you have to do it. And you haven't done it yet, so it's not going to get solved yet. Oh. That's how I felt when I wanted the League of Legends search tool for Garena servers like Thailand. Well, someone probably already did this. No, the guy that did that, it's actually you. It's future you that did that. Can you help me calculate the FOV of a virtual camera? The crop's contributions are immeasurable and irreplicable. That is true. The sensor size. Of a virtual camera, you need to know a few parameters. Usually measured in millimeters. It's a virtual camera. FOV is equal to ATAN sensor height, focal length. See, but it doesn't have a focal length because it's a digital camera. Unfortunate. A perfectly clean 4,000 HP on the turret right there. That's kind of funny. We did exactly 1,000 damage to it. This is so dumb. This LeBlanc build is just so dumb. Why is on hit Static Shiv LeBlanc the fucking best build. That is pretty dumb. What makes Static Shiv so good for her too is her ability to wave clear, but you know, this LeBlanc in particular decided not to wave clear. Yeah, that's a good call. This guy just wants to fight. I'm dead no matter what if I stay. That's good. Maybe he didn't even want to go bottom. I wasn't even thinking about him taking the dragon. It's a virtual camera. How do... I don't think it has a focal length or a sensor. It's simply one of the parameters you can set directly using a specified angle. If you're using a library like 3JS, FOV parameter perspective. Image plane size, distance to image plane. Okay, that's useful. That is useful, because I'd say that 600 sounds like the distance to the image plane. Good ol' support Mordekaiser, running it up. Ooh, can I go snipe him in the mid lane? Minigame time, minigame time. Wah! Don't stop me again, you bitch. The whole reason why I went mid in the first place is because this Lulu stopped my base. Analogous to how FOV is calculated on a physical camera, the main difference is that instead of the sensor size, you are using the size of the image plane, and instead of the focal length, you are using the distance from the lens. Gotcha. I'm so fast. Meow. is pushing now. Will they leave the safety of their turret? I'm alive! I'm alive! I'm alive! Jin kind of got the moves, though. If I had Gale Force, I would have used it in the base there. I say Vi's probably here. No, she's up here, maybe? I don't know. I saw the thing get blown up, and I feel like Vi should be here, but maybe she's not. No. That's all I wanted to say. Hit her one time. Top-down game might be in the range of 45 to 60 degrees. This is because a wider FOV such as 90 degrees can cause sufficient distortion at the edges of the screen. Wow, that missed. Here's a top lane is not going so hot, so maybe we should go on a little journey. Hello. Can't believe I missed. Or walked into that. 'Cause I'm the worst. Three mid? I don't like walking here. I feel like I'm gonna die. Okay, good. I'm Does he get the stack for that? That'd be funny. Goodbye, cruel world. We got that. I feel like we could have got this, but if we want to go away, that's fine. Uh-oh. I miss everything. I'm the worst! Oh, I fucked up! Or did I? Nope, I really fucked up. Whoa, nice stun by the Jax, but not quite enough. I wanted a montage play over here in GL. I thought I could do it. I thought I was Faker. I thought I was Guma Gamer. I thought I was Gosu Gamer. Gosu. Gotcha. I would have got an S as well if I hadn't inted it top lane, but sometimes you gotta int it. We are coding labels for items on the ground, but you need perspective correction. That is the current... One sec, wait for it to load the 3D library real quick here. Which takes way too long, and I think that there's a bug. But one of those many things that are above my pay grade. You see here how it says bowl and empty pot, but if you notice, knife and jug are not correctly aligned with the items. Even bowl is slightly off, which I believe means that we have a problem with the perspective correction in FOV. So we need to determine the field of view of the camera. We are able to zoom in and out. And if we zoom in, wow, that even exaggerates the problem. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Is this your own game? This is a different game than my own game. This is an open source re-implementation of RuneScape from 2009. Okay, so we require FOV is equal to 2a10 image plane size over 2 times the distance to image plane. So distance to image plane seems to be zoom. Image plane size would be renderer. The render size? Yes, in the context of a 3D rendered environment, the image plane can be thought of as equivalent to the size of the render view. However, the size of the view isn't usually used to calculate FOV for a 3D camera perspective. The FOV is typically an angle that represents the extent of the observable world. However, if you know the distance from your virtual camera to the plane of action in a top-down game, let's call it D, you can also know the vertical size of the area you want to encompass with H. Calculate that as H height over distance to image plane, D. Distance, okay, so this is height. FOV in degrees, FOV in radians times, yeah, that's fine, calculation. D is analogous to the focal length and H is analogous to the sensor size or image plane size in the real world. You're essentially calculating the angle that results from the triangle formed by your camera and the center of the angle of interest. Oh, that's interesting. So if you have a right triangle, you're calculating the distance up here because this is where the camera is in relation to the ground plane if it's looking down, right? Okay, that makes sense. Or no, it wouldn't be a right triangle because, yeah, because then it would be all same degrees, 45 up here. I think I understand what they're saying. So if we have 800 zoom and the image plane size is just 512 by 512. The formula for field of view I mentioned earlier for the physical distance, if your camera height is physical measurement, let's say units, meters, etc., your game world you're looking at is calculated FOV on the plane, certain dimensions. However, the plane size you mentioned is in pixels. Then you mentioned the physical measurements and the screen space measurements. Okay. That is a good point. One is in pixels, one is in somethings, in game units. You need to know what area of your game world the pixels to pixels view is intended to cover. I see. Has anybody found this yet? FOB? FOB. Pitch target, camera, X-plane. Ooh, that's interesting. That's useful information. Camera pitch. Render coordinates. Origin X. Camera frequency. What is this? Jitter altitude. Amplitude. No, that's amplitude. Yaw target. Pitch target. So this is its absolute position in the game world. Yeah. Okay. So the zoom actually goes down. We have a built-in thing. So that makes sense why when we move the camera angle up and down, they are distorted, because the zoom is actually being modified, right? So are we displaying that? Are we debugging that, I mean? Are we debugging that? Camera pitch. Camera zoom. Why it say close? Why it say close there, huh? $600. So these should be way higher now. Zoom 1200. But the camera is actually being... No, you'd see if the zoom was being modified here. We're just moving it up and down. Maybe we can just try some trial and error to understand the estimated FOV. Let's make a I'm gonna boil some water. I had to use one of my credit cards at an ATM instead of my debit card. You know, you're always supposed to use your debit card at an ATM because then you don't get cash advance fees from your credit card, but my debit card is expired and I'm in Korea, so it's not very useful to have that expired debit card. You're not allowed to take your money out of the machine with the expired card, unfortunately. Why not? Why not? FOV to radians. Sure. Bro, I think that you deleted some of this. Bro, where's the rest of the code here? Okay, okay. Now we can add an additional thing into this. Where's the command? Process command. FOB. Late in it. How do they do it here? Private var. Object. Min zoom. Min zoom is equal to this. Okay, that's... Companion oggetto. Companion oggetto. Did I rename this? API. Calculate entity screen position. Int FOV XYZ FOB. Aha. Okay. Okay, okay. So if I set the FOB to 10, and then we set it to 20, then we set it to 30. Quib says, I've got some free account a while ago because I thought it let you trade, but actually it just uses some shitty exchange. But one thing it does do is free international withdrawals. Very nice. I had a card that kept charging me here down the crop Visa. MasterCard in Thailand. Here we go. 2020. Me, lives in foreign country for over a year. Also me, paying 2.5% fuck you tax on all purchases because I didn't apply for a new credit card to dodge fees. My current credit card is 1% cash back on all purchases. So, which is like anybody can get that. That's not like some super special thing that only I'm allowed to get, but it essentially works out to not being like the international conversion for currency exchange and the 1% cash back essentially cancel each other out. So you don't have to, like, they're not fucking you big time, which is nice. Because you don't want to pay a 2.5% fuck you tax. That ain't nice. FOB 20, FOB 24, FOB 30, FOB 40, FOB 50, FOB 45, FOB 35, FOB 31. How come I'm only getting Mindaroon, huh? Where's the rest of them? Oh, there they are. I found a knife. Mr. Knife. Na 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 na. We saw a bowl for a second there. Hmm. Let's see here. Projected X. Aspect ratio projection matrix element. Elevation projection matrix element. Why doesn't the projected Y need to have its aspect ratio converted? It's because the aspect ratio of the screen is a ratio between width and height. Okay, so it's the width to the height. The height is already itself. Okay. I see. What's the ratio of US dollars to US dollars? 1. Where's that video? Let's listen to that while we're hanging out. How fast, how far do you travel at 60 miles per hour? 80 miles per hour? No, not this. It's some guy. I don't know if this is the girlfriend.
Question very is, you are traveling 80 miles per hour. How long does it take you to go 80 miles? Okay, what do you think, Chel? Let's go through the process. What do you think? Wait, what about the tire turning thing we were talking about? You think that affects it? That's just calculate, like guessing calculations. Be tough. 58 minutes? It's pretty close. Do you want to know what the answer is? Think about 80 miles per hour. So how long does it take you to go 80 miles?
That's right. 80 miles per hour. What do you think, Joe? I'm back. Dog Joe. Projected Y. It didn't work right. I'm drinking instant coffee right now, like a true loser. It reminds me of Elden Ring, because when I was in Thailand, I was drinking instant coffee, this same brand. So it reminds me of Elden Ring. What a great game that was. What a great game that Elden Ring was. Uh-oh. What happened? I screwed up because I did not rebuild the plugin. Oops. Ba-da-dum bum bum ba-da-da-da-da-dum bum bum ba-da-da-da-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-da-da-da-dum. This is north-south. We already tried this. We already put this at like 200. And it didn't look right. We already tried that one. Because the perspective correction screws it up. Because now it's supposed to be east-west instead of north-south. Come on, man. Everybody knows that. So really, we like this at like 210 or something. Because that meant that it worked good. Okay, so zooming, I'm fine with zooming fucking it up, because then we can just easily re-ratio that stuff, but there's gotta be something to it that I'm missing, something easy peasy, that it's just like, it's on the tip of my tongue, they say. Only I was a little bit... I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. I wish I had a rabbit in a hat. Wish I was a little bit taller, y'all. I wish I was a baller. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. CCTV. That makes sense. Okay, so here's what I have so far, which will help both me and you understand where we are in the problem. I can currently position the text I am writing text to the screen at the position turned by the calculate screen. Script runner. Uh, oops, I didn't build. It's so screwed up. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. Hmm. That is called this. When I check the result, it looks fine. But the perspective needs to be corrected still, as the FOD changes the distorts. I do wonder if this will work. I think he's too confused. He's back with the beans. Back on the beans. Sorry, I didn't read that earlier. He's the bean father. Telling me you don't know anything about that guy Newgate? And you're grinding his beans? Toyota! I wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo. Such a guilty pleasure film. Yo, this was my first PG or 14A movie. And I remember because my friend Mitch Foyle told me to watch this. And he said, dude, it's 14A because there's two girls kissing in the background. And I said, holy shit, that's crazy. Now, if you rated a film 14A because there were girls kissing in it, you would go to jail. What's wrong with girls kissing? This is kind of weird. Like, why does it say mind rune up here when it should be below, you know? There's some kind of problem with this because objects that are to the south of the camera are depending on the camera's coordinate system, you might need to flip the direction of the y-axis and then apply the perspective transformation, the line where you can calculate projected y and convert. Projected y negative elevation. Banana, banana. Where was I? Your projected y negative elevation. I wonder if you know. They live in Tokyo. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Newgate baked beans. Oops. Oops. Clicked the wrong one. Okay, so we need to shift everything up and to the left by quite a bit. That works really well. Now I need some other corrections. The text seems to be shifted downward and to the right of where the actual coordinates are. That's interesting. Assumes the method font type.getSize are returning the font size and all characters are the same width. Well, it is a monospace font. Text size.width over 2. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. It seems more like a coordinates issue. Okay. I really think we're almost there. Oops. Ooh, you can see that it's getting drawn on, like, close to the center coordinates. FOV 37. FOV 50. No, that's too much. There's bronze arrow on the ground here. Aha. Why is it only calculating over there? That's what I want to know. Oh yeah, because it uses canvas size there. Of course. One uses canvas size, one uses raster size. FOV 30, FOV. I wonder if you know. Hmm. Do, 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 do. It works so good at this FOV of 30. But then you change the canvas size, FOV 30 again, and then it's like, oh, actually, I'm not going to draw in the right spots. Yeah. What keyboard am I using? I'm using a Corsair piece of garbaggio. I do not like it. I want to get one of those ones with gaskets. Amazon.com. I want to get... what's that one from Glorious Keyboard? This thing has gaskets, right? GMMK 85%. Just call it a TKL. Who calls this a fucking 85%? Boneless. Make sure it's boneless. Small business. This has gaskets, right? I feel like I remember hearing about that. Look at this guy. Glorious gasket mounted. Triple gasket GMMK Pro for max flex. People, this is the new thing to do if you're alternative. I'm not saying that it's any sexual preference or being gay or anything. There are straight guys that are just doing this. This is like a fashion thing now. Painting your nails. I'm not into it, but I think a lot of people are. You got the triple gasket. Chemistry, a molecular approach. Whoa, that is so flexy. I don't want it that flexy. I don't want it to feel like I'm a mountain or ocean waves. Started Lab, did you ever watch fuck, what's this guy's name? I want to say his name is Ben. Down the crop too far. Parody. This guy. Ben Valak. Where his... I recently started wearing my keyboard was his video. But he's doing good. He's got 50K. Good for him. The world's smallest keyboard. I think it's this one. I started wearing my keyboard. Here it is. This guy's fucking out of his mind. Fantastic. Rolling up to the office with the beanbag ergodox. Not like the ergodox wasn't adjustable enough for you. You needed to fucking flip it 90 degrees so that you could. This is, believe it or not, boys, this is the perfect typing position. We got right back to this is how God intended it. Just like this. That's a good question. So put my keyboard on real quick.
So I discovered this actually works just as well as sitting around and standing up. You can just change the position of the rotation to get it right, and it works just as well. So the guy get better, my first version of the various was actually USB-A. So you've still got the key on that's able.
Oh my fucking god. This is too far. This is too far. Just like Mr. Crop said when he tweeted the link to the video originally. He knew what was up. He said, this guy has gotten too far. This guy has like a bunch of... His whole lifestyle is like this. He says he doesn't have to wash his car. He has a Tesla. I unsubbed... I'm probably subbed to him on my other account. I might have unsubbed after he did some product placement videos or something, but... he says he doesn't have to wash his Tesla because every time that he comes home, he rinses it off. Here's the touchless car wash. Let's have a...
instead you've got a routine based on the content that's watches, and that's so good that it keeps the car pristine. You can do it once or twice a week because it's so fast. There's just literally no dirt on the car between those washes.
The idea is after every time that you come home, you rinse your car off. Every time you come home, you fucking rinse your car off. It's so fast and easy. It takes only a couple of minutes from I get home and I rinse it off, and it's out of your fucking mind, dude. That's too much. It's too much. Hey, I'm glad that he's happy. I'm extremely happy that people like that exist and they're able to make videos like that, because that's the perfect. This is the perfect video for a lot of people. I'm just out of that range where I'm looking at him and I'm like, you're out of your mind. But there are people that are on this guy's level that are like, that's a good idea. Maybe I should wash my car off after every time that I go out. Maybe I should clean my shoes after every time I come home. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should have an entire survival kit in my pockets at all times. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'll just keep the entire survival kit in my pockets at all times. He has a video about that too. He carries a fucking raincoat in his pocket at all times. It's unironically carrying a raincoat with you. It rolls up just fine. You put it in your pocket. The offset is getting reset here, right? Yeah, for every... That's fine. Okay, where were we? I started crying, I was laughing there. Good old Ben. Good old Ben. I am very curious about optical switches though, because that seems like it's interesting to me. I'm very interested because it seems like it's interesting. People talk about the speed of them. Oh my god, dude, it's so much faster. It's the speed of light. The thing that slows down keyboards is the little processor in them, not the fucking electrical signals. There's a teeny little processor in there that's doing the USB transfer protocol. That's what's slowing it down. You know what's pretty fast? Electricity. That shit's pretty quick. It's that little processor. He's not thinking fast enough. Hey Siri, switch to deionized water. Jarvis, deionized water. Stat. Where's the items? I don't see anything. This is very strange to me. They should both work, but yeah, they're just like off the screen. Ah, that's what I changed. Okay. That makes sense that that was fucked up. Okay, I think FOB 30 is where we want to be, but everything needs to be shifted up and to the left by some offset of the screen resolution. Give it a go. That'd be further left, I think, so we actually want it lower. Yeah. Where are they? Movie 40, just set that as a default. Okay, it seems that the FOB is 40. If there's any UI or non-drawable area, including the measurements, it might cause an issue. Cause an offset. Ooh, that's true. How big is this? 765 by 503. Seven six five 503. Canvas is 512 by 512. In reality, it's not gonna be right because it's clearly not a square. In fact, it appears that it is 512 by... It's still 512 by 338. Five 12 by 334. Quit scrolling. Okay, we already had this saved. Yes, that's a very good point. The raster in the HD version is actually taking up the same screen space as the SD version. Actually, still 5, 3, 3, 4 visually, but the raster must be overflowing / not showing behind the UI. With GL. And the other is software rendered. Have changed to accommodate a higher resolution for the HD version. The visible area where the game entities are actually rendered hasn't changed. This means that while the rendered image has a higher resolution, the aspect ratio in terms of game world coordinates is the same in both versions. When calculating the screen coordinates, you should use the aspect ratio of the visible game area rather than the full height of the canvas, raster / canvas. That is true. Game width, game height. Okay, that's working much better. Fuck you. I guess I only have to wait 7 minutes, so it's not really that big of a deal, but I was in flow state, man. I was hanging out with my friend, GPT-4. Mom says you're not allowed to hang out anymore. Mom says you have to go home. I'm sorry. My mom says you gotta go home. When you see AI art like this kind of like isn't even cool to me anymore. Like, yeah, it looks okay. I saw this scam coin, Luffy coin.io, I feel like it was. Luffy coin. Luffy token. Luffy token. And they've got all they're using the same shit, obviously. Like this is just all AI art stuff. You can tell because they're not even on model for the character, right? They said Luffy with cool colors or something. This one is obviously like a Naruto inspired thing, but it's so obviously AI art because of it's off model of the character. If they would have paid somebody to make it, then it would look, like the actual character. Do you have a new prediction on when the robots will take our programming jobs? Eesh. It depends. It depends what the programming jobs is. Because I think that it's really good at probably making React and Vue.js components. It's probably really good at speeding things up. It clearly can't do this. Like, it's... A lot of what's happening here is me typing it to it spitting back, like, a response that gets more out of me, and then I give it more, and then it gets a little bit more out of me, and back and forth, right? Like, it's obviously it's useful to me because I'm using it, but if you don't know what you're talking about at all, I think that it is less useful than people would imagine. And you still need to know how to interact with it and ask it good questions for it to give you good responses, especially for technical things. Like, it has the capability to do all of this stuff, but you still need to explain to it what you want. Like, if you just typed in, like, think about it in terms of like a website builder. You can make a pretty nice website with Squarespace or whatever the other ones are, with all the site builders. That doesn't mean that everybody is still going to use it. Like, my mom could make a website on Squarespace, but she's not going to be able to even describe what she really wants. You still need a guy that knows what he's doing to get you over that hump. And I think we found that with AI art stuff too, like the same sort of thing. Like, these guys obviously prompted and said, I want Luffy. It didn't give him Luffy. It gave him fucking Naruto Luffy. Like, if you kept iterating over prompts enough, you could probably get something that's close. But for AI art stuff right now, I feel like it's off model a lot of the time. But I don't know how quickly the tech is progressing. Like, from GPT 3.5 to GPT 4, it got, for me, twice as useful. So if it can go and be twice as useful again and get from, like, I'm sure that it can draw Luffy every time if you gave it the right prompts or something. But, man, we've only seen, as the public, we've only seen this. We get Chat GPT 3.5, and we're like, whoa, this is pretty cool. And then we got GPT 4. Whoa, this is really cool. And same with, do you remember when DALL-E Mini came out? Everybody said, whoa, DALL-E Mini, that's pretty cool. And you'd type in, put a bear in a spacesuit on the moon, and it would spit out a bear on the moon and look pretty good. And then all of those got public. And I think that there are some limitations. But yeah, like you said, with the 80%, how maybe that's the really difficult problem, is getting it from, it makes really cool images, like the self-driving car. It can drive, but if there's a guy on a bike beside you and he cuts into the lane, how does it know that problem? Maybe what they've done so far is the easy stuff, and then it's really difficult to get over that final hump, but I don't know. It's all very interesting to me. And I do have some desire even to learn more about the, like, if you could choose any company to work at in the world right now, for a job that would be really fulfilling. Like, I don't have the skill set right now to go and work at OpenAI or the Microsoft, or who was it, Facebook, with the Facebook supercluster with the guy with the chapped lips. I don't have the skill set to do that, but if I did, that seems like a pretty fulfilling job. Even with the self-driving cars, like Comma AI, which is George Hotz's company, that seems very interesting to me as well. And if I had the skill set, that seems like it'd be a fulfilling job. I don't know. Maybe once you start learning about AI stuff, it becomes less interesting. All I know is that there's some guys with big old brains out there that are solving some fucking very cool problems. And they also cut me off from the AI, which I'm now allowed to use again. But in terms of time horizon for us being taken over, John Blow is not going to be replaced by a computer yet. But the first year computer science student is a worse programmer than ChatGPT for sure. I have two ideas for this year's Advent of Code. One of them, obviously, would be do it only with AI prompting. Write zero code yourself. Just describing the prompts that you would just prompt and get answers. And I'm pretty sure that it could probably solve every Advent of Code problem with good prompting. And then the other one that I want to do is, this guy gonna hook me? Ah! The other one that I'm interested in doing would be to do it completely inside of a Windows 98. These are like two polar opposite ideas, I guess. The other one would be to do it inside of a Windows 95 or 98 virtual machine, and have no internet access and just a C++ book. I wonder how that would go. Oh, that guy, I thought he was gonna get stunned there. Or rooted inside of the Soraka zone. It might be fun just to see if I can do it. I don't know C++, so it would be fun to have to learn C++ from the book without any Stack Overflow or whatever. It'd be interesting. Oh. I'll just get out of here. It's fine. If we're not dead, that's good. I agree with this guy's saying to shadow us. This is actually very good. Actually very good. Whatever. Let's get out of here. If I'd played that better and used my E to knock the Blitzcrank back, that would have been really good. But there are so many jobs that are... Like, my dad is an architect. And when I showed him GPT 3.5 and the original DALL-E stuff, he explained to me that that's very scary for an architect because a lot of architecture stuff is like designing not an extremely unique house, just like maybe a client comes in with pictures of what they think it should look like from the outside and whatever, and they say, I want something like this, and then they pay an architect like a shitload of money to make plans for that house, right? Like that's not even the cost of construction or whatever. Just the plans for the house. That's what the architect does. They make the fucking plans and like a 3D walkthrough or something, some kind of a visualization of what it would be like. Is this guy gonna live? He might have actually lived there if I played that better. Like a 3D visualization of what the house would look like before it's built. And you could probably already see where I'm going with this. If you could upload pictures to Midjourney and say, make me a unique house that looks kind of like this in this style, and then make me visualizations of what it would look like on the inside, which we already have as well, because you can do those, what are they called, nerfs? You can make a nerf out of pictures and neural resonance fields, so it's not a 3D model per se, but you could generate pictures of the building, and then it could make a 3D walkthrough for you to do in a nerf. And that's the job of architecture fucking gone. Well, for most people, obviously, like it probably can't design the fucking Burj Dubai, but it could design a 1-family 4-bedroom home. Am I just dead here? I'm alive! And why did he go back in? That's a bummer. That was a kill. Probably still a kill. 5-0, baby. Soraka's full HP. She probably doesn't even have to base. Two hundo stackaroonies. I guess it's really not that surprising, but it's really kind of crazy that everything happened at once. It wasn't... Okay, well, now we have an AI that can do programming. That's pretty cool, right, guys? We have an AI that can do programming. We have one that can make you pictures. We have one that can replicate your voice. We have one that can do this. We got one that can do that. It wasn't like... We figured out programming. Next, we'll learn how to do the images, probably in the next 5 years. Then we'll learn how to do the voices. It's like... 2022, yeah, we got everything. 2023, everything's getting way better. 2024? Bro, I'm kind of scared. If we go in on this guy, like, my ult is gonna do a lot of damage. But I guess that we shouldn't go in on that guy if we know that the Zachary is there. We're getting... Shh. No! That would have been it. That would have gotten me a lot of money. Uh-oh. Fucking shit! Calculate screen position with the updated position in the middle of the screen. Aspect ratio, scripture. I do wonder because as much as the people who are making AI say, okay, we're gonna have cool different jobs. There's gonna be artists. We're gonna be able to be so creative. I'm like, well, there's a lot of people that aren't creative at all. There's a lot of people that aren't creative at all. They're gonna make shit. They're gonna make trash. The economy can support, I don't know, 5,000 Dota players? Streamers, that's it. Did you hear that Kick is gonna be paying minimum wage to streamers? So if I go and stream on Kick, they can pay me $15 an hour. That'll be good. That'll be a job when the AI takes over. We'll all be streamers. Everyone will stream for each other and we'll all donate to each other in kind of a circular economy. This is good. Where did my axe go? This is scary. No! Nice. Good dodge. Good dodge. Altman's motivations are kind of weird to me. Like, it's hard to pin it on the money because of the way that it's structured. And the guy was already a fucking multi-millionaire from Y Combinator. So it's weird for him, but if it was going to exist anyway, why not have it be you that's at the fucking steering the ship for the future of humanity? But I don't know. I think I'd like to listen to... I'm interested in what someone who is more of a eloquent philosopher than me would have to say about it if they were truly informed on the matter, because I think all the people weighing in right now are tech bro dudes. It'd be interesting to get perspectives from informed people who are more of a artsy philosopher person, because it seems like the artist's perspective is, and by artist I mean, ooh, am I alive? I'm alive. The traditional artist's perspective right now is that it's theft, and they want to ban it. But I don't think that banning it is really possible either. We are in a bit of a pickle, aren't we? That's the philosopher we need, is Pickle Man, sir. I'm rich. Fuck you, dude. Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. Well played by Kane. I think he should have autoed one more time there, but he's got it. This guy knows what he's doing. I don't even really think it's a philosophy question, but more of a government public issue. I'm okay with AI being used to replace jobs, but I don't think the US is in any state where it's ready for the consequences of a reduction in white-collar jobs. Definitely true. Yeah. I think I might have already said that before, but that a lot of people expected it to happen. Obviously, the thing that people thought it was going to replace before was driving, but it went from driving, there's going to be no truck drivers, to there's going to be no anything. So there's going to be no semi-skilled, semi-professional anything, except for physical maintenance stuff. Like there's going to be a lot of coffee shops. There's going to be a lot of sandwiches in production. Anarcho-capitalist theory and make espresso. Good idea. Quib says, I don't think it is important for an AI to be able to grasp human concepts or have any form or any human-like traits for it to do that. Oh, sorry, I skipped some stuff. Any human-like traits for it to be effective in winning resources. All it needs to be able to do is reverse engineer human psychology, and it doesn't need comprehension of human psychology to do that. It just needs trial and error. So it might not want to beat us out. Not saying that, but for some of the people who have talked on Lex, Kellis, and Tagmart's skepticism is technically more interesting, and even with a safe and benevolent AI, the future isn't so rosy. Truth. truth. Yeah, it's for everything else that we've ever done with computers, right? You think about chess for a computer. Would you say that Stockfish understands chess on a human level? I would say no. Like, does it understand that it's like a simulation of, like a strategy simulation, you know? Does it get those concepts? I would say no. And it doesn't need to know that. It doesn't need to know strategic angles or anything. It's just really fucking good at chess. Whee! Holy shit. That guy was going off on me, man. That guy just fucking went off on me. My question is, once no one has jobs, who will be the consumers of products? What's the end game for these companies like Microsoft? I don't know. That's definitely something that I think we're gonna have to find out. And the worst thing is, economists have fucking terrible predictions always. Like, economists have no fucking idea what they're talking about ever. They're always wrong. You always hear stuff about how the economists said, oh, dude, this is gonna happen. We're sure. This is how it's gonna happen. And then they fucking, nope, nothing. Yeah, the Kramer, Jim Kramer, he'll know. Not is that him? Something Kramer? Wow, I had a very bad alt angle. But it doesn't matter. We got 10-1 Darius on the team. Do we want to go Baron? We could go Baron. We could do anything. We can do anything we want. She's out of there. Nice. Ooh, and that was nice too. Ooh, that was not so nice. I think that was a misclick. Whee! Okay. Is this guy dead if I flash on him? Nope. Because he had flash heal. I needed one more auto on her too, you motherfuckers! Okay, surely I'll beat her this time. Surely this time I'll beat her in the 1v1. Where you going, Baron? There was an interesting tweet that was like kind of philosophical in nature. Let me read that to you. Let me find that. It was something about cracks beginning to show. Ooh, hoo, hoo, what a knock-up. She finally died. Yeah, the cracks begin to show. Whee! Bad placement of those minions for me. Racks. Racks. There we go. Anyone else have the very specific feeling that the universe has something weirdly analogous to a chipped windshield and the cracks are beginning to spiderweb? Now, this one, I feel it a little bit. Now, this is like esoteric, weird guy stuff, right? But that's what I was meaning with like the art AI and the voice AI and the computer that knows all medicine AI and all of the breakdown of traditional work jobs and things. It's interesting for sure. Maybe I was more tired when I read that and it seemed more well thought out. Also, I read a tweet about Bridge Terabithia with the girl here, wherever she is. And it made me sad because I remember watching that movie and I didn't know what happened in it. And then the guy's friend dies. And it's like, okay, this is not where I thought this movie was gonna go. I didn't think that this movie was gonna be about your friend dying. That's a sad story for children. But perhaps an important one. Perhaps that's what it's about. Perhaps that's the point. Go away. Hiding in a bush to fucking get me. Little bitch. How come we aren't winning? Can't the Darius just, like, tank for me? And then we win? There we go. Darius is doing it. We gotta get my boy the pentakill, though. What the fuck? Well, that's my prediction here, Stoddard Labs. I think right now is actually a good time for investing. Because I think before there's this societal collapse, I think that AI is going to bring us up to a new height. And then it's going to be like, okay, well, now what? And then it goes, whee. I think that we're going to have a nice AI.com bubble. That's the down the crop investing world theory right now, at least. I think we're going to get lifted up before we get dropped back down. The AI.com bubble. FOV correction. Radians. FOV correction. Game height. Do, 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 do. Professional copy paster. That'll be my job. Did you see Kanye wearing like a hockey thing under his under his shirt. He looked kind of cool. He looked kind of cool. Kanye wearing shoulder pads. He looked kind of cool though. Not gonna lie, he looked kind of cool though. I don't think that's right. Weast. Looking kind of fresh though. I thought that Linus was quitting, dude. How come it's non-stop Linus videos? I'm seeing Linus. He stepped down a month ago.
You thought about creative officer, but that didn't give me from this what I'm going to do. My gut principles are what got us to where we are today. So I'm still going to be trying to make that sense. You don't want to lose all companies. But when it comes to the details of how to best utilize our resources to get there,
Bum, 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 bum. Is this projected y height over this minus projected y width? Is it getting these wrong? X, Y, Z. X makes sense. Y is a vertical, and Z. Is it using the... Okay, it's using Z for these things. That's fine, right? The dimensions of the game world are x equals east west, y equals up down, and z equals north south. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. I think I skipped one of your messages here, Quib. I think your definition of a job is something that you put yourself in charge of, and the determination is more personal, small business related. I like fashion and 3D printing right now, for examples of that. No shit, fast fashion. I mean, everyone having their own brand and doing a run of whatever. Last time I went to a music practice, the boys asked me if I would pilot a drone. And the sort of energy I was getting was that, do you enjoy to do a bit of killing? I sort of had to answer this way where I would be interested in doing it in terms of seeing the technology is like, but I was not about to start talking about how exceptional, there we go, how exceptional a killing machine I would be with any kind of capable drone system. Oh, there's that video of the guy cheering or whatever, like a FPV drone pilot, Ukrainian guy. He's got the sticks, and he's like, yeah, because he just, yeah, scary stuff. Yo, thanks for the raid with 292 big ones. Thank you very much. We may be a different kind of stream than the one that you're expecting. We're not gaming too hard right now. We're working on getting the location of items with their overhead displays to be right in RuneScape. That's how it is. You know, we just got carried by a Darius not too long ago. We're working on item overlays is what we're working on. It's pretty cool. Too many numbers, that is true. If we were smarter, we would slow this down because this is going to be the same stuff every time. So to explain what we're doing right now is we're projecting the world space positions of where things exist in the game world to where they would display on the screen if text was rendered there. So similar to how this guy has a nameplate that follows him around. That's easier because that's actually already put into the game with like how you would have text above your name like this when you're writing stuff, but this is all reverse engineering world space to screen space stuff. And we're utilizing the power of AI as well. Giga Chad with glasses, thank you very much. I said on Twitter yesterday, I live in Korea. I take Korean language classes, but at my Korean language class, there was a trial student, just another white guy with glasses, who had never been there before. And my teacher thought that he was me. But the problem is that, you know, I am Giga Chad looking guy. This was just average looking guy. So that was a real blow to the personal confidence if you can't even tell the difference between me and average looking guy. That was a bit of a ego blow. Oh, I thought that was you. I thought that Brendan Fraser in The Whale was you. I thought that was you. No. No disrespect to the other guy. It was just a fun. I'm sure that happens all over the place to people. It's easier to tell differences in ethnicities that you're familiar with, obviously. So its suggestion here with the X, this was a bad idea. So I can show what I currently have here. We switch back to HD small. What else did we change? Should we delete something? That's fine. However, Mr. Crop is only a gold 2 player. No idea what Zully rank is. Are they super gamer? Are they a super gamer? Zul. However, Mr. Crop does have the 67 winner rate on it. Yeah, the offset is same problem. Peak Masters currently D4. Swag. She, OMG. Sorry for misgendering. Gamer problem. So as you can see, this is the problem we're dealing with. Mind rune text down here. Mind rune actually up here. Bronze arrow text over here. Bronze arrow actually back here. Thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Seems like you have a good little community of respectable gamers out here. Have a lovely schnooze. That is exactly correct. The character name is easy because this is you're using stuff that's already built in. Like you can already type, right? And when you type, you have this text over your name and it's perspective corrected and moves with the character. So basically we're just drawing written text above your head every frame. However, items don't have that same property built in. So you need to there's probably an easier way to do this. Obviously, they're being drawn to the screen. You could hook into where they're drawn on the screen because it's placing this item here in world space and add a label on top of that. But we're kind of reversing the camera perspective to figure out where the items are. And if you're curious, I live in South Korea, but I don't have a in Korea you need to have a alien registration card, or like essentially your green card, to play games. So the Korean server is off limits to me until I get a green card. But I played in Japan instead. And the Japanese server is actually pretty populated with players. Not. You can also play to China and Taiwan, and ping to the top casual server in, or my closest casual server, I guess, in China, because they have 30 regions, I think, in China. Like, not, you know how Europe has Europe West, Europe Northeast? In China, they have 30 different regions. My closest region in China is about 65 to 70 ping. I think that would kill Zyra, no? Oh, she has barrier. I just have to heal. That's nice. No. Shoot not her flash. Nice drop bike. I'm gonna die to creeps. Ruh-roh! Oh, he's back there. And Pike's gonna get out of there! What a game. Have I ever programmed something for League of Legends? Well, what do you know? I have. I have made a League of Legends site like OPGG. This is for previously regions in Southeast Asia, like Thailand and Singapore and the Philippines, didn't have access to OPGG. So I made this, which uses the built-in stuff from the League client to search better. You know how you can go to people's profiles in the League client, but it sucks compared to OPGG? All of the data that OPGG uses is inside of the League client. It just is not presented to you nicely. So this made basically an OPGG replacement for servers in Southeast Asia. But of course, they didn't have OPGG for like 10 years. And then I made this last year, and now Riot's gonna operate the fucking servers in Southeast Asia, and now they have OPGG. So if I would have made it 10 years ago, that would have been good for them. And they got at least, I think, like 8 months of use out of it before it was more or less replaced. This is actually very nice. I don't have... I want the kill! I dropped my axes and completely fucked that. Oh, but it's my kill anyway. What do you know? We should have got 2 there. I played that bad. And Teemo is going boots first in the Static Shiv meta. Yeah, Pike played that really good. That was 2 kills if I didn't suck. I'm coming. Yeah, you gotta play by different rules in... Or previously you had to play by different rules in Southeast Asia for API stuff, but not so much anymore. And then this is... The RuneScape development stuff is just a today thing. Most of the time I'm working on a video game project of my own in Unity. Thank you, sold_0 for tuning in. I appreciate the support and chat interaction. As just a little teeny tiny streamer, most of the time it's just me and Mr. Quib. It's much easier to keep that... Keep your lips flapping with some info when you got people asking questions. We were just discussing philosophy and AI before we got raided. We're scared for the future, but for right now it's really fucking cool, I think is the current perspective of the Down the Crop crew. I'll launch up my thing to show you guys. I've got so many people to share with. It's amazing. I think that it's very worth it to know some stuff for game programming, and I do think that game programming is probably one of the areas of programming that is not going to be overtaken by AI as quickly, because it is the more difficult stuff. Web programming is where the jobs are going to start disappearing very quickly. But complex stuff, it's going to be more difficult to replace you. Is there jungle, Diego? Also, good night, Toasty. Toasty Macaroni. Thanks for tuning in. Again, most of the time the Down the Crop stream has 1 viewer, so... This is a very special day. Ooh, not quite. Panther's ulting bot, I think. I'm okay with that. Here he comes! Nice flash. $55. This is a dead. Wah! the game opened, and almost got killed there. Ah, my E! We're the greatest! Alright. Let me fix the textures here. So this is my game project that I'm working on. This is like a Smash Brothers. This is like a Smash Brothers type thing. We got 2 sword guys. Just basic AI for the enemy stuff, but still hasn't had its name announced or any definitive stuff, but I've been working on this for like 6 months. And also one of the animations is wrong. The idle animation is currently a walking forward animation, so if we change this to human idle, that will look better. If we're gonna dive, then I just clear this. I lost track of where the Nunu was. And I dropped all my axes. I'm here! Just show up for all the money. Mistakey. Oops. And Timo did not decide to go for the static shiv. There you go. Now the idle animation is correct. What was the most recent stuff that we did in this? Cape physics? Something like that. It's been a while. Been 3 days we've been working on the RuneScape thing. This is my more or less first more complex game project. So I think constraining yourself to it's a 3D game world, but you're only moving in 2 dimensions, only up, down, left, right. So starting with a 2D game of some kind, I think is a good starting point, because it simplifies the amount of effort that you need to put into it. Like a full 3D game world is not only much more expensive to populate because you need more stuff because it's bigger, also more complex technically. So I like Smash Brothers anyway, Smash Melee in particular, but the reduced complexity of a 2-dimensional kind of thing is easier. Nunu coming. Oh, we got everybody coming. It's a big jam down here. Ooh, I'm gonna get ulted by MF if I walk too far. I don't even know who their top laner is. Alawi. Probably should have just autoed instead of E-ing. Unfortunate. Tito Heraldman. Give me cannon. Oh my goodness. I missed the cannon blade. Oh, she buffed up the cannon, okay. The hull breaker. The hull breaker took my money. Triforce Viego. Korea's pretty cool. I gotta go back to Canada pretty soon here, though. I'm at the end of my trip. There's a bunch of... I'm a young 27 years of age, and a bunch of my family and friends are getting married around this season. So I gotta go back to support the fam. Support the homie. Timo applying so much pressure. 3v3 bot lane? What do you think, boys? Alawi based. My Korean, 한국어 좀 못해요. No, 잘 못해요. 한국어 잘 못해요. My Korean is not very good. I doubled back for that axe, which is a mistake. I'm more or less right in the center of Seoul, South Korea. I'm about 21 minutes away if you take the train to Gangnam. But it is a very pleasant city to live. Always things happening. As a technical guy, like, I'm originally from a pretty small town, so a lot of cool stuff happens here. Like, I went to an iPhone hacking convention. I went to a Linux convention. I like watching esports stuff, so I've gone to League of Legends LCK games. I've gone to StarCraft 1 Pro stuff. I've gone to StarCraft 2 Pro stuff. A lot of StarCraft 2 Pro stuff. Who are some League personalities? I've met Last Shadow, if you guys know who that is. It's divisive opinions on him, I'm sure. I've met 100 Thieves Tenacity. Mostly StarCraft 2 people, though. Beautiful MF ult, actually. Really nice angle. My own ultimate. Pretty English friendly, absolutely. This is probably pretty commonly known, but for any international travel, English is extremely valuable. Like, if you only spoke Italian, you would have a much more difficult time being a global traveler, because if anything is going to be in two languages, it's going to be, in Korea at least, it's going to be English and Korean. And if there's a third, it's going to be Japanese. But everybody here learns English in school, so they cover a lot of the gaps that you would have if you even needed to have a complex conversation. But for most day-to-day stuff, you're not even going to ever really need to speak to people. And if you just... Like, it's quite technologically advanced, too. You can... If you wanted to order a coffee and you knew nothing and didn't even care to learn how to order a coffee, every coffee place here has like a digital kiosk thing where you just put in your order and they'll show your number and then you're good to go. You just pick it up at the counter. Am I getting ganked by the Zoe? Alright guys, we've got Baron, we've got Dragon Soul. I think it might be a good idea to go and win the game, huh? Instead of me trying to deal with a Alawi split push. I think this might be somebody else's job. Maybe the Teemo. Ryan, come do something. Nice. Teemo's gonna kill everybody. Blind OP. Well played, brother. What made me want to go here in the first place? After I graduated from technical school, I wanted to travel someplace. I decided South Korea. I'd say StarCraft 2 was a big draw there. And that was in 2017. So during COVID, I couldn't travel here. That Korea and Japan had two of the most strict immigration, or not immigration, but international travel ban stuff. Teemo with the 31,000. 10k on the 80 carry. 3x my damage. Pretty nice. Yeah, Korea and Japan had two of the strictest policies for international travel during COVID, so I stayed in Thailand during that, which was still pretty strict, but less strict than Korea and Japan. But overall, I think I've lived here. Like, I still have to go back and forth between Canada and Korea, but I think I've lived here for like probably 17 months or something total in the last 4 years that I've been able to. Because I'm zoomed. Eve ban. Oh boy. Is that a new friend request? What do you think is going to be the worst part of AI? Deepfakes? Infinite chatbots? I'd say the impact on society in general. Like, I'm not super afraid of the personal stuff. Like, obviously, deepfakes and chatbots that scam and crap like that is going to be a problem. But in terms of the collapse of a lot of people's self-worth in feeling like, you know, jobs in academia that are non-research focused, like, oh, I know a lot about Roman history. Who cares? That knowing a lot about Roman history mattered nothing before, and now it matters negative nothing, because you can just ask the computer and it'll tell you everything. So I am afraid of the in terms of AI replacement of people's self-worth if they valued if they had a lot of personal identity in something that it is replacing, which for me it definitely did. But I've been working on coming to terms with the fact that you're not going to be. It's not going to be as cool to be a guy that knows a little bit about everything anymore, because you can know a little bit about everything even easier than you could before. There's probably don't crop AI. Something that I've said here probably before. I've listened through a couple podcast stuff too. It's useful for getting things into perspective. Oh, that's years ago now. That was 2020. Whoa. Dread. No. The tweet in question I was looking for was something that I said about how it didn't originally, when Chat GPT 3.5 came out, it didn't fill me with optimism for the future, but more existential dread for my skill set being taken over. And that was GPT 3.5. GPT 4 is a far superior programmer to 3.5. Asante. To get to AGI, that's another philosophical question, or at least a semantic question, for what do you define AGI as? Because at least by the acronym, right? Artificial General Intelligence, I would say that GPT-4 is already an AGI. If you mean, is it alive? Like something that is that should have rights, something that it would be unethical to shut off? I'm not sure. Because there's a lot of arguments about that too. There's a podcast between the CEO of OpenAI, which is the company behind ChatGPT, named Sam Altman. He talks to Lex Friedman, and both of them think it is not an AGI, but there are many people that think it is an AGI. But I don't think that people think it's alive. They think of it as a general intelligence, which I think is quite easy to argue. It knows programming, it knows cooking, it knows history, it can help you with your finances, it can make a workout plan. That's quite general, I would say. And if it wasn't intelligent, I don't know why I would be using it to help me program. So it's generally intelligent and artificial. Is it alive? At this point, I would say no. How long until we get to something that is alive? I am not sure. The graph of what us as the public have been able to see in terms of the development of AI, we have maybe GPT 3.5 was really the first publicly available good AI. That was in December of 2022. So we've had 8 or 9 months of time horizon, and it's gotten a lot better since then. It hasn't doubled in how good it is since then, but maybe there's progress that we are unaware of behind the scenes. Let's go. Very nice E by Mr. Zareth. Heal. Ooh, that was a secret Nico minion. Yeah, input output based, as like it doesn't have its own thoughts. I see where you're coming from. Like when it's not processing an input, it doesn't have a mind. It's not thinking in between inputs. Oh, actually, I just realized. I don't think that this guy is very good at Nico. Maybe I could have... Nah, I was ignited. I was dead there. I think we are dealing with a not very good Nico player. He has given me a lot of money. Thank you. Ooh. No, you're right, from my understanding of large language model transformers. So for you, the architecture of it at least has something to do with calling it an AGI. But it definitely has come to mean something outside of its semantic meaning. Oh, that was a Nico clone. I was like, how did she go invisible in the bush? Is that a Nico built-in thing? I was like, bruh. Nice try. Did Warwick really only have 25 farm when he went mid? Kha'Zix is 2x his farm? So he didn't show that long ago. Show me your farm count, mister. Okay. He has 41 farm, okay. He's not that far behind. Go here. Double kill. Thanks, guys. They were trying to give me the kill, but I just couldn't do that much damage. I'm sorry. Unfortunate. Thanks for hanging out, Elisa, Pendragon, Eliza. Appreciate your contribution to the chat room. Oh, she has boots. I'm bad. This guy has R, yes or no? He has flash. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Nice. Plate gold? I can't wait. Wow, actually does a lot. That was like 600 damage. Warwick's no R. This is a pretty good timing for Kha'Zix to take Herald, I think. I would rather him be on Herald right now. One of these minions is Nico for sure, right? This guy? That's... no. Which one? Is she a caster? Nope. Do they not want to fight you? Boy, who could that be? Two v two, do we win? 3v2, we definitely win. Wah! Is he really in there? Thank you. WP, my man. Akali is roaming bottom. If we stick together, we'll be okay. Thanks for the ganks, Kazuks. And Static Shiv Akali. I'm unfamiliar. I think he's mad. Nico mid. Ooh, not quite. Tricky movement, though. We like to see it. Wah! I could have definitely got one extra auto off there, my bad. And the W gets canceled because he's dead. Oh no! Ooh. The big sniperino about to come in. Can he do it? Oh, I guess Warwick, so he's probably already back to full HP off of Gromp. And that is... it's a 900. Irelia! That's bad. How do we win? If me and Xerath are alone bot lane, Nico's actually got 5 kills. I guess run it down mid. And don't burn farm for no reason. That's not good either. Okay. Does she know that we know that she knows? Ooh, not good. Okay. This game looking kind of over, folks. We played bot lane okay. The minus 16 kills. We are in trouble. My bad. A GG, folks. I'm always down to flash and one-shot a Jinx, though. If we could do that, that'd be cool. Let me get you! We are dead. Sneaky Nico. We tried our best. We're winning. So all I needed was 2,000 gold, and now I can carry the game from 20 kills behind. I think we might still be in trouble even after we aced them. Home guards Warwick running at me. At least we can finish the game with a even KDA. I don't think that's the real one. The real Jinxie pie. Okay, bye. Wow. All right, we tried. All right, that's the 5-hour Down the Crop stream with special guest appearance from Zul and the Zul chat. Thank you, everybody, for coming by, if anybody's still here. Let's have a look. They probably all dropped off back to one viewer. 26! Pretty good. All right, we go and host Sobi. Thanks for tuning in, folks. How do I do it? /raid. Sovidya. Peace out.